Is there a motion to reconvene in open session?
Move to reconvene in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Record. Is there a second?
Second.
And it has been seconded. All in favor of reconvening in open session will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And we are reconvened in open session. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member will respond "I so certify" when called upon, and the chair calls for a roll call vote.
Mr. Scheibe?
I so certify.
Mr. Street?
I so certify.
Ms. Carlinio?
I so certify.
Ms. Pence?
I so certify.
Mr. Ricker?
I so certify.
And Mr. Banks?
I so certify. For the purpose of an invocation and to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I call upon District 2 Representative, Mr. Tom Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for these opportunities. We thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to educate our students, the opportunities in the classroom, the opportunities that they have outside the classroom, in sports and clubs. Lord, we thank you for all the things that we're blessed with in this school division, the things we have, the teachers, the staff, things that we know many school divisions here around the world don't have. Lord, we continue to ask for your guidance. We continue to ask to lend your hand to us, the ability to walk in your will and your way, to be a messenger of your word, to be able to be there to help. Lord, we ask that you give our staff the ability to be able to teach, to be able to help our students as they grow from the start to the end, to get them ready for the world. Lord, we continue to ask that you be with us as far as safety, that you keep our students and our staff safe as we look forward to another school year. In the Lord's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Street. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker. Is there a second?
Second.
And second by Ms. Carlinio. All in favor to approve the agenda as presented will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the agenda as presented is approved. Madam Superintendent, I believe you have some guests to be recognized this evening.
We have a lot of guests to be recognized. I think we'll start with our FFA students who competed at the 100th State Convention this summer. And I would like to call Mr. Scott Schlittner from Signal Bob Middle School to come forward to recognize his students.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. To be transparent, as a lot of you know, we ended up losing our FFA advisor, Dakota Stroud, but he has gone on to bigger and better things, as we always expected from him, that he is going on to actually work at the national level. So he is there now at Indianapolis. So he is preparing for the national convention and some of our students there. But tonight is my privilege to recognize an exceptional group of Signal Knob Middle School FFA members and their accomplishments at the 100th Virginia FFA State Convention held in Blacksburg this past June. These students competed against top FFA members from across the Commonwealth, demonstrating outstanding technical skills, leadership, teamwork, and professionalism while representing Shenandoah County Public Schools and Signal Knob Middle School. Their accomplishments include, and as those that participated and have competed, please stand up this past time as I go through this. 4th place in the Junior Agricultural Mechanics Career Development event is Calvin Davis, who earned 4th place in the high individual, alongside Parker Williams, Aubrey Dove, and Sophia Ritter. 6th place in the Middle School Agri-Science and Technology Mechanics Career Development event with the same team were Calvin Davis, also placed 10th as a high individual. 3rd place in the Middle School Small Animal Care Career Development event. Team members included Olivia Ratcliffe, who was named 4th high individual, along with Gabriella Davis, Olivia Hamrick, and Madison Rutz. The FFA Quiz Bowl team earned 4th place in the written exam and 3rd place overall, where the team members were Emma Dooley, Carson Shape, Riley Finley, and Gracie Pierman. Earlier this spring, Signal Knob Junior Meet Evaluation Team earned the title of Virginia State Champions and was recognized during the convention. Team members included Olivia Ratcliffe, 1st place individual, Emma Dooley, 4th place high individual, Madison Roots, 5th place high individual, and Gracie Pierman. The chapter itself also received statewide recognition, earning the 100% Membership Award, Public Relations Gold Award, Superior Chapter Award, and a National Chapter Award. Gold Growing Leaders National Chapter Award, Northern Area winner, and the overall Junior National Chapter Award, and the Northern Area winner. While not all members of the convention delegation are here with us this evening, I would also like to recognize the students who served in the Virginia FFA Association as courtesy corps members and voting delegates. Their service helped ensure the success of the 100th Virginia FFA State Convention while representing Signal Knob Middle School with professionalism and leadership. If you represent them, please stand. Those that are here, that were part of that. Yeah. Thank you. I'm like, you're here. So these accomplishments are a testament not only to the hard work of our students, but also to the support of their families, our school division, and the agriculture education program at Signal Knob Middle School. Thank you very much.
Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Tim Combs, Principal of Strasburg High School, to recognize his advisors and students.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman Vance, members of the board, Superintendent, Ms. Foltz. I'm proud to introduce Ms. Abby Cott and Brian Fisher, 2 outstanding agriculture teachers here at Strasburg High School. Through their leadership, dedication, commitment to our students, our FFA program has achieved multiple awards and recognitions. Most importantly, these accomplishments are a reflection of the hard work, determination, and perseverance demonstrated by our students at Strasburg High School. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Abby Cott, Mr. Brian Fisher to the podium as we recognize and celebrate the tremendous success of our FFA program.
Go on both sides. Oh, we'll stay right here. That's fine. Hey, stay right there. Superintendent Foltz has a good ring to it. Mr. Vance, I think you need to work on getting her to stay here for a while.
Is there a second to the motion?
Good evening, Superintendent Foltz. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm pleased to share with you several outstanding accomplishments from our chapter that demonstrate the talent, dedication, and hard work of our students. At the Virginia FFA State Convention in June, Jacob Stickley, you want to step forward, was recognized as the state star in agricultural placement for his work experience with his family business, S.A. Stickley & Sons, as part of his supervised agriculture experience, or SAE. Jacob will now represent Virginia next month at the Eastern States Exposition in Massachusetts, where he will compete against other state champions from across the Eastern region. In addition, 3 of our students earned state titles in the Agricultural Proficiency Award, which recognizes FFA members who have developed specialized skills, knowledge, and real-world experience through their SAE. Our state winners are Jacob Bowers, Swine Production Placement, Jacob Stickley, Agricultural Mechanics Repair and Maintenance Placement, and Carson Stern, Agricultural Sales Placement. Their applications advanced to the national level for judging in July, where they could earn a bronze, silver, or gold rating and potentially be selected as a national finalist, which recognizes the top 4 members in the nation in that proficiency area. I'm excited to share that all 3 received gold ratings. Jacob Bowers received a gold rating, while Jacob Stickley and Carson Stern both received gold ratings and were selected as national finalists. Jacob and Carson will now compete in the interview portion of their respective proficiency area at the National FFA Convention in October for the opportunity to be named the national winner. Additionally, during state convention, 4 of our members competed in the Agricultural Technology and Mechanics System Career Development event. This contest challenges students through problem-solving activities, hands-on skills such as welding and electrical wiring, and written exam. The team competed against 30 other teams across Virginia and placed first overall, earning the opportunity to represent Virginia at the National FFA Convention in October. Team members, Gatlin Strosenader, who was also 4th high individual, Ben White, who was also 10th high individual, Nolan Frommel, and Jacob Stickley. These accomplishments represent countless hours of learning and practice by these students, and we're extremely proud to have them representing our school, community, and Virginia FFA at the regional and national levels. Thank you.
Chairman, is there a thermostat in this room? I see a lot of fans out there.
I was told there was.
Is there a thermostat in this room? Gary Ward, you saying about a thermostat? Is there any way to make it cooler?
Call maintenance.
Maintenance?
I don't think they're gonna let real people touch it.
I guess not.
I got my fan, so.
Sorry, tried.
Thank
But if it
you.
was a board of supervisors meeting, it'd be working.
At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Elizabeth Goretzky from Central High School to introduce her advisor and students of FFA.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Superintendent Fultz, thank you for having us here today. It's always a joy to stand here and recognize students from Central High School as well as across the division. It is my pleasure to introduce Central FFA sponsors, Mrs. Sherry Heichman and Mr. Derek Rittenauer. They spend hours, endless hours, investing and pouring into our students, and I welcome them up here to talk about our students.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Madam Superintendent. It is always an honor for Mrs. Heichman and I to have the opportunity to share the great successes of the students of the Central High School FFA chapter, the hard work and dedication that they put in to showcasing their career-ready skills, their personal growth, their dedication to agriculture education. As an FFA chapter this year, Central High School was recognized for its outstanding accomplishments through the year, including a Gold Public Relations Award, being named a Superior Chapter, 100% membership, and being recognized as a gold-rated chapter in the National Chapter Award Program. Recently, we were informed that our chapter has also been recognized nationally as a 3-star chapter, the highest rating a chapter can earn. All of the individuals and teams that we took to the State FFA Convention placed in the top 3 in their contest. And though they are not here this evening, we do want to recognize members of 2 teams that are not with us, but were very, very successful. Let me underscore the fact that the success of our students is the result of hard work and dedication and represents an excess of 480 combined hours of dedication and preparation and contest practice. When given the opportunity, our members choose to spend long hours before, after, and during school preparing for competition to showcase that we've got the blue and gold, what it takes, and it has certainly paid off. The agriculture sales team placed 2nd in the state. The team members were Max Ross, who placed 4th high individual, Ethan Street placed 8th high individual, Brooklyn Clark 10th, and Carissa Jones was a part of that team. And our marketing plan team placed 3rd in the state. Team members Madison Berner, Grace Bushong, and Natalie Lambert. Our food science and technology team placed 1st in the state contest, and they get the opportunity to represent Virginia at the National Convention in Indianapolis this October. The food science and technology career development event challenges students to apply science and critical thinking and teamwork to solve real-world food industry problems. The participants demonstrate their knowledge of food safety, quality assurance, product development, sensory evaluation, and food processing while developing skills that are essential to the real world and to the food industry. Members of that team, Haley Waybright, who also placed 2nd high individual in the contest, Shaylee Tusing, who placed 8th high individual, Mr. Tavian Dodson, and Miss Bailey Fadley are part of that team. Anna Rittenauer earned 1st place in the Senior Prepared Public Speaking Leadership Development event. Now, to compete at the state level, Anna had to compete and win 1st place at both the area and federation levels. For this leadership development event, Anna researched and wrote a 6 to 8 minute original speech about a topic in agriculture. Her speech was about lab-grown or lab-cultivated meat. With this achievement, Anna represents the Virginia Association this October in Indy. Anna also placed 1st in the agriculture education career development event, further demonstrating her excellence in agriculture leadership and communication by preparing a written lesson plan in the subject of agriculture and then presenting a 15-minute portion of that lesson plan to a group of students. Maybe Anna will continue the long-standing tradition of agriculture teachers who got their start at Central High School if that's the career path she chooses to take. The Central High School FFA chapter's success at the 100th Annual State FFA Convention reflects these guys' hard work and dedication. Our students' accomplishments continue to demonstrate our members' commitment to developing premier leadership, personal growth, and career success. And we sincerely thank the board for your continued support of agriculture education and FFA in Shenandoah County. Thank you so much.
And we have yet one more school to recognize their FFA accomplishments. I'd like to introduce Dr. Anne Marie Noonan to come forward to introduce her advisor and student accomplishments.
Superintendent Foltz, Chairman Vance, Vice Chair Pence. I'm really honored to be here to introduce our current advisor, but before I'd like to recognize our previous advisor, Ms. Brittany Bowman, who was the advisor of FFA at North Fork for the past 2 years, and I know she was extremely proud of the accomplishments of our students at the FFA State Convention. In her place, I'd like to bring up and recognize our current, but not new, FFA advisor, Ms. Dara Brewer. So would you come up, Ms. Brewer?
Thank you to each of you for having us here this evening and this awesome opportunity to recognize what an awesome job our FFA members and their advisors in our community is doing. I'd like to call up Fiona Heischman and Colton Blankenship. Under the leadership of Advisor Brittany Bowman, we were awarded at North Fork Superior Chapter 100% membership rating and a bronze rating in public relations. We had 3 strong teams made up of 8 members, which is pretty impressive in itself, compete in ag mechanics, plant science, and quiz bowl. They all received awards in the top 10 for each of those contests. And we also have community coaches present with us this evening, Mr. Bowman and Mr. Heischman, that also helped coach these teams, as well as Advisor Bowman. So that was really helpful to see that community support as well. So before you, I want to recognize Fiona Heischman and Colton Blankenship. They were in the Quiz Bowl team, which is made up of a team that is very knowledgeable about the trivia and history of FFA. It's a written round and an oral round, and they did very well, placing 5th overall. And they are also incoming officers for this year. So I really appreciate them in this time of transition, and thank you again for your support.
Mrs. Brewer, welcome back.
And now we'll leave the state of Virginia and move on to our national recognitions. At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Scott Schlintner to recognize his advisor and students of FCC LA.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Chairman, members of the board again. It is a great pleasure, I will say. We did not lose our FCCLA advisor. Where'd she go? Flipping. There you are. I'm like, wait a second. Miss Amari, yeah, I don't want to lose her. But once again, it's an opportunity to invite her up here and talk about the accomplishments of her students and the students of Signal Knob Middle School. Thank you.
Still standing. Good evening. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time to share the success our Signal Knob Middle School Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America chapter experienced at the National Leadership Conference held in Washington, D.C. this past July. This annual event brought together more than 10,000 passionate FCCLA student members, advisors, and guests from across the country, and our chapter was incredibly fortunate to be a part of this amazing group of young leaders. I am the Family Consumer Science teacher and FCCLA advisor at Signal Knob Middle School, but rather than standing here and telling you about our experience, I'm going to let someone who experienced it firsthand take it from here. Please welcome Lily St. Clair, our 2026-2027 Virginia FCCLA Vice President of Membership.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am so excited to be standing here in front of you all again to share some of the successes and memories from our National Leadership Conference experience. I had the pleasure of representing Signal Knob Middle School, our chapter, our community, and the entire Commonwealth of Virginia on both the state and national level. This year, 8 students from Signal Knob attended the National Leadership Conference. Throughout the week, we participated in STAR event competitions, general sessions, Virginia State meetings, leadership workshops, and many of the activities that make FCCLA such a special organization. FCCLA recognizes students through STAR events, which allow members to compete in events connected to leadership, career preparation, and real-world skills. After months of preparation, practice, and hard work, our students represented Signal Knob Middle extremely well. Following this week's festivities, we had some incredible results. Many of these students cannot be here tonight due to athletic schedules or prior commitments. Jake Heiserman competed in event management, where he received gold medal and first place in the nation, making him a national champion. Lee Barnes competed in job interview, receiving a gold medal and third place in the nation. Luca Smidu competed in repurpose and redesign and received a gold medal. Shane Foran and Derek Brown competed in promote and publicize FCCLA, receiving a silver medal and becoming top 10 finalists in the nation. In addition to our STAR event competitions, Chelsea Price attended the conference and participated in leadership sessions, workshops, and conference activities designed to strengthen leadership skills and prepare members for your future opportunities within FCCLA. As a state officer for Virginia FCCLA, my National Leadership Conference experience looked a little different from everybody else's. I had the opportunity to participate in leadership workshops, serve as a voting delegate, lead Virginia state meetings with my fellow state officers, and represent Virginia FCCLA throughout the conference. I was also recognized as a Power of One completer and received the Virginia FCCLA Membership Award on stage during the conference. As a student who has attended the National Leadership Conference, both as a chapter member and now a state officer, I can truly say this has changed the way I see leadership, my future, and the opportunities that are available to me. FCCLA has given me opportunities that I never imagined I would have as a middle school student. It allowed me to meet people from across Virginia and the country, step outside of my comfort zone, speak in front of large groups, and learn how to lead with confidence. Most importantly, it has shown me that being a middle school student does not mean you have to wait until high school to make a difference. Of course, what is a trip to Washington, D.C. without experiencing our nation's capital, especially during the historic America 250 celebration commemorating the 250th anniversary of the United States. Our members participated in FCCLA's rally on Capitol Hill, where we advocated for career and technical education in FCCLA. We also explored Washington, D.C.'s rich history by touring monuments and museums, visited many of the city's iconic landmarks, and enjoyed a Washington Nationals baseball game surrounded by thousands of FCCLA members from across the country. While the competitions and awards were definitely excited, I think one of the most important parts of the conference was everything that happened outside of the conference room. We made memories together, we met students from other states, we learned from national leaders, we challenged ourselves, and we came home with a better understanding of what it means to be a leader. Looking ahead, FCCLA will be hosting its next National Leadership Conference in San Antonio, Texas in June 2027. We are already looking forward to another exciting opportunity to represent Signal Knob Middle School in Virginia FCCLA. We would like to thank you, the school board, for approving our trip and providing our chapter with this great educational experience. Your continued support is greatly appreciated, and I have enjoyed sharing some of the highlights from our conference with you this evening. Thank you again for the time and attention you have given us.
Dr. Anne-Marie Noonan, it is your turn once again to come forward to recognize your FCCLA students, please.
Superintendent Foltz, Chairman Vance, Vice Chair Pence, members of the board, happy to be back here. This time to recognize our advisor at Norfolk, Hannah Kopp, who will be recognizing her students. Hannah's been with us going on year 3, and it is absolutely incredible to see what she has done with our FCCLA program, the opportunities that she has afforded our students, the leadership that she has brought to the school involving our students in. It has been refreshing and incredible, and so many parents, one in fact that's back there, that stop me and will say, what Ms. Kopp has been able to do for my child, and the attention that she gives and the way that she listens and knows what they need. We are so thankful to have Ms. Kopp as our advisor. Please come up and recognize your students.
Good evening. As Dr. Noonan said, I'm going into my 3rd year. And when I got there 3 years ago, we didn't have an active FCCLA chapter at all. So everything that I'm going to share with you tonight is something that we've built in the last 2 years, which is I'm extremely proud of every student that has joined and been active in FCCLA. So as Dr. Noonan said, my name is Hannah Kopp, and I am the FCS teacher and FCCLA advisor at North Fork. And I am here to recognize the outstanding accomplishments that these students and other students who couldn't join us were able to accomplish at the National Leadership Conference last month in Washington, D.C. I will skip some of the things that I have written because Lily shared with you a lot of great information. So we had 12 students from North Fork attend, 11 of which competed in STAR events, which are projects that they create throughout the school year, and they challenge them to apply what they've learned in the FCS classroom to real-world projects. So Kate Rinker is with us tonight. She competed in event management, received gold, and placed 5th in the nation. Fiona Heischman and Brooklyn Saylor are with us. Fiona Heischman was also recognized for FFA because she is a double dipper and she does both. They competed in Focus on Children and they received gold. Rose Segaline and Carmela McMinn were not able to join us tonight, but they competed in interior design, received gold and a 7th place finish. Christopher Perez Ramirez is with us. He presented in interpersonal communications, received gold and 3rd place in the nation. He was also recognized as a Power of One completer. Avon Boer, who's with us, she competed in professional presentation, received gold and 2nd place in the nation. Jessa Larrabee, who's with us, she competed in Say Yes to FCS Education. She received gold and 1st place in the nation. Brianna Malpica and Cassidy Pig were not able to join us, but they competed together in sports nutrition, received gold and 8th place in the nation. And our final STAR event competitor was Chloe Ryman, and she competed in teacher train, received gold and 7th place in the nation. We also had Gigi Romero attend national conference with us, and she was a youth room consultant, which just helps support the success of certain STAR events at national conference. I'm incredibly proud of all of their dedication, the leadership that they have developed over the last 2 years. Thank you all so much for the support that you've given me, these students, and our school to be able to achieve those awards. Thank you so much.
Go, Fiona.
And finally, I'd like to introduce Mr. Tim Combs, principal of Strasburg High School, to bring forth the Strasburg High School FCCLA recognitions.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman Vance, members of the board, Superintendent Ms. Foltz, again, good evening. I'm proud to introduce Ms. Heather Heiserman, outstanding family and consumer sciences teacher at Strasburg High School and FCCLA advisor. Through her leadership, guidance, and commitment to her students, they're able to achieve numerous awards and recognitions at the 2026 National Leadership Conference. These accomplishments are a true reflection of the hard work, dedication, and determination of our students at Strasburg High School. This time I'd like to invite Mrs. Heather Heiserman to the podium to introduce our students and share their outstanding accomplishments and successes.
Good evening. Thank you for a few moments of your time, Mr. Vance, members of the board, Mrs. Foltz over there. Because of Ms. Amari and Lily and Ms. Kopp, I don't have a lot to say about our conference other than I'll jump right into what Strasburg High School did. We had 12 members attend the Washington, D.C. National Leadership Conference. Out of those 12, 11 competed in our star events. Lexa Gorell was our 12th one, and she didn't compete because we don't allow state officers to compete, but she represented Virginia FCCLA as the 2026-2027 State Vice President of Parliamentary Law. These kids competed in star events. There are competitive events that do take many hours of work. These kids give up their weekends, their after school, their lunch times to pull these things together. So a great deal of work goes into this. Kadiatu Diallo and Deanna Hamrick were bronze in interpersonal communication. Ryson Walters, Arden Kemmons, and Chase Greco earned silver in sports nutrition. The top 10 that are recognized on stage at our national conference, and those are mostly with us today, Brenda Abak, Izzy Mumal. They were 6th in the nation in chapter and review display. Hadley DeMarco earned 3rd in the nation in repurpose and redesign. And this was the first time that Hadley had the opportunity to do a project by herself and excelled. Piper Dellinger earned 1st place in the nation in hospitality, tourism, and recreation. And this was Piper's very first time competing at the national level in FCCLA. And then Cameron Boyer and Kenzie Jenkins, who couldn't be here with us, they worked together and they earned 1st place recognitions in chapter and review portfolio. And this team scored perfect hundreds from every judge. So super proud of these kids. We had an awesome experience, as you heard, in DC. So I appreciate the support that you give and allowing us to take these trips and give these opportunities to kids. So thank you.
Ms. Heiserman, would you come back to the podium, please?
Yes, sir.
It's not very often we get to wish somebody a happy birthday. Don't run off.
That was so important.
The superintendent will give you 3 days out of school. It's not very often we get to wish somebody a happy birthday who actually participates in the meetings. And today is not her birthday, but Saturday is.
It is.
And we would be remiss if we didn't wish you a very happy day.
Thank you.
Chairman Vance.
Speaking.
Superintendent Foltz, I'd just like to point out, Mr. Combs, you're looking good in purple. You're fitting in well.
Thank you. I don't really look good in a whole lot, but I do feel better.
I like it.
Is that it for the recognitions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you all for coming. I know y'all have homework.
Well done.
Wait, she's got another.
to item 2.6, public and staff comment on agenda items and non-agenda items. The Shenandoah County School Board welcomes public comment from Shenandoah County residents, parents, or guardians, as well as from current students, employees of Shenandoah County Public Schools. School board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting or hearing. Each member may speak for up to 3 minutes. The board generally allows up to 30 minutes for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. If there are a large number of speakers, the board may limit the total time for comments and/or reduce the time allotted for each speaker. And I will have to reduce the time to 2 minutes because there are 25 people signed up to speak. And we do have a bundle of other agenda items to take care of before the clock strikes 12. All comments should address a matter related to Shenandoah County Public Schools. Complaints regarding division employees should be directed to the school principal or an appropriate school division official. The school board expects that each speaker will be courteous, modeling for our students how one can respectfully disagree with other views. Speakers will address their comments to the entire school board and not to one individual board member, to the superintendent, to a staff member, nor to the audience. Speakers may not engage in personal attacks. Speakers may sign up to speak at the school board meeting or public hearing on a document provided by the clerk of the school board. The school board clerk will ascertain the speakers, indicate their role as stakeholders, and their addresses. Speakers are called in the order in which they signed up. If time allows, the chair may allow for comments from individuals who have not signed up. A speaker may not speak for more than on one specific topic. Speakers who wish to speak on more than one topic should submit a separate request for each item. And if you will bear with me, a couple of personal comments. We want to hear from you. We desperately want to hear from you. We respect your opinions. We want you to respect our rules, and we want you to respect other people's opinions who may not agree with you. This is a right of democracy, folks. Look around the room. It's a public forum. You get to exchange ideas with your community members, and whether you agree with them or disagree with them is a right, R-I-G-H-T. And you can look back that you participated in a ritual of democracy. You can read about it Monday in the Northern Virginia Daily, am I correct? You might even hear about it on WHSV TV3. So, we welcome you, and I will go in the order in which you signed up. Remember that you have 2 minutes, but I'm going to add one other thing to it. The chair opposite Mr. Fitzmaurice, he's going to point to it right now for me. That's called the on-deck chair. So I will call 2 names. For example, the first 2 names on the list are Ms. Rosen and Kyle Kennedy, and Kyle Kennedy will be on deck, and he can come to that chair and sit until his time. I will call Mr. Kennedy to the microphone, and then I will say Stuart Bidwick on deck, because that may hasten the process of hearing you. 2 minutes, sir, starting with Virginia Rosen.
Tell me I got 2 minutes.
Kyle Kennedy on deck.
Okay, let's try to get it in here. Okay. All right, we got a history lesson tonight. We're going to talk about John Whalen. If you don't know about John Whalen, you can look him up online. He had a PhD. He was born in Shenandoah County, and he wrote a letter to my father in January 19th, 1957. Dear Mr. Rosen, your letter of January 17th was received today, and I am much interested in what you tell me about the plan to build one of the new high schools in Shenandoah County on Roots Hill. There are special reasons why this location and the proposed school appeal to me. In the first place, I'm a native of Shenandoah County, born at Woodland, about 7 miles northeast from Roots Hill. My mother's people, the Kagis and the Neffs, have owned the land and lived on for 200 years. My mother was born at the Benjamin Neff House, just across the river, and my father taught school in the old schoolhouse that used to stand on Roots Hill, not far from Cedar Grove Church. That's where John Francis Neff is buried. Your suggestion that the new high school be named for Stonewall Jackson has much to support it. Jackson's army was encamped on Roots Hill from April 1st through 17th, 1862, and he and his army were there. Also at other times during the 2-week engagement on Roots Hill. Jackson himself, I'm told, had his headquarters at the foot of the hill in the house of Reverend Rood, which is still standing. I shall much be interested in this new school and shall await with eagerness to hear what name is adopted for it. With kindest regards and all good wishes, I remain, John Whalen. In his book, he writes, in 1958, 1959, 3 splendid new high schools were provided. A third west of the river, not far from Roots Hill, on land that was granted by Dr. John Henry Neff. The school was named for Stonewall Jackson.
Your time is up.
Thank
Sorry.
you. That's okay. I tried. Appeal.
Kyle Kennedy up, Stuart Didewick on deck.
Thank you, Board. My name is Kyle Kennedy. I'm a Mount Jackson resident, Mount Jackson Town Council member, and a 2008 graduate of then named Stonewall Jackson High School. I support the NAACP, the students they represent, and the cause of their removal of the Confederate names of the Southern Campus School. To say that racism doesn't exist in that school, at least in my time there, would be far from the truth. I witnessed a lot of it, and towards every student of color except white. Racial slurs were thrown around as slang, students of color kept out of social circles, and much worse. I can even name specific baseball teammates of mine that bragged about attending KKK meetings. This is not an exaggeration. However, the push against this has been there just as long as I know from my experience. There was a teacher who still teaches there. There was a teacher who still teaches there that taught my contemporary social issues class. One of the issues we tackled was the use of Confederate flags and names in our school. And that teacher empowered us to make a full documentary about this, which sadly never got finished. We interviewed one of the first black students that came, one of the black coaches, and others who spoke about how it affected them negatively over the years. Of course, a name on a building in uniforms doesn't inherently make someone racist, but it certainly doesn't dissuade it. Not having a name on a school doesn't hurt anyone, but a specific name in that place can cause deep generational trauma. I urge you to put yourself in the shoes of someone who would be forced to go into an establishment day in and day out that memorializes someone who led men and women to their death to maintain possession of you as property. I urge you to make the national headlines this time as the school board who admitted their mistakes and supported the minority and those damaged by this, in name, your constituents and those you swore to represent. I urge you not to appeal, consider mediation, and move forward in full support of all colored students, present, past, and future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Didewick, Rhonda Richard on deck.
Good evening. My name's Stuart Didewick. I live in Edinburgh. I'm a 9th generation Shenandoah County native. According to land grants, my family has been here continuously for 274 years. What a glorious day it would be for Shenandoah County if all these Beltway refugees would go back where they came from and leave our school names and greased pig contest alone. Some of the immigrants who made the journey here on 66 West have embraced the history and culture of their adopted home. They've become good friends and valued members of the community. The rest need to be reminded they no longer live in the liberal cesspool of the DC suburbs. They came here as refugees, not missionaries. Now let's have a little class tonight on a word a lot of people seem to be struggling with lately. Even Judge Urbanski can't seem to comprehend it. That word is majority. Every level of government is run by majority. After the 2020 school board rammed a vote down our throats under the guise of COVID protocol while limiting public input, the majority rose up. After 2 election cycles, we had a school board who truly represented the majority. In 2024, the will of the majority was executed and the names Stonewall Jackson and Ashby Lee were returned. If this board now truly represents the majority who elected you You will pursue and appeal, like my granddaughter would say, to the moon and back. Thank you.
Mr. Richard up. Debbie Huxley on deck.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Rhonda Richard. I live in Quicksburg. I'm here tonight to ask you to file the appeal so we can keep our name Stonewall Jackson High School in Ashby Lee. This is our community. Our school board was elected by us. In 2024, they followed the process, listened to the community, and voted 5-1 to restore these names. Some may disagree, but that is democracy. A federal judge has an important role interpreting the law, and I respect that. But our elected board also has a responsibility to the people that elected them. We elected you. Your decision should be respected. Removing a name does not erase history. Teach history, don't erase it. There are 6 plaintiffs in this case. I recently learned that one returned to Stonewall post-graduation to visit. That raises a question. If the name is so hurtful, why return? Stonewall is more than a name. It represents memories, friendships, teachers, accomplishments, and community. 2 of the 6 plaintiffs now attend college. One, James Madison, named after James Madison, who owned slaves. And the University of Virginia, founded by Thomas Jefferson. He also owned slaves. If we can acknowledge complicated history at those universities, why can't we do the same here? This should not be conservative versus liberal. It should not be a Republican versus Democrat. This is about our community. So tonight I ask the board to appeal the judge's ruling and continue standing behind the decision you made after listening to our community. Thank you.
Langston on deck.
Hello, I'm Debbie Huxley. I happen to be the wife of Marty Huxley. I moved here when I was 10. I came here from Norfolk, Virginia, to parents that I would consider racist. I stayed here, moved away, came back. My children graduated here. This is nothing but hate, bigotry, racism. I encourage my children to leave this area because it's nothing but bread here. You need to do the right thing, stand in these children's shoes, and realize that they don't deserve the hate and the bigotry that you all are offering them. The taxpayers and these children are the ones who are going to suffer these consequences. The $15 million that you all are going to incur is going to end up by being paid by taxpayers, and children are going to suffer. You have no right to do this to them, none whatsoever. You all are doing nothing but causing harm to all these kids. This community should be welcoming to everyone, including all schools, all kids, regardless. I have 2 son-in-laws, one Hispanic, one black, and I'm grateful for them. I love them dearly. But I hate the fact that they even have to come here, look at the Confederate flags that fly here. It is unbearable for them, unbearable. And I can't even believe that you all would consider appealing. It's unbelievable, unimaginable. Thank you.
Thank you. Langston up, Devin Ross on deck.
So most of you guys know me. My name is Dorian Langston. I want to read a paper that one of the old superintendents sent out in June 10th of 2020. It says, "It's not the name of the school that matters as much as the culture of the school and the students who attend the school are free from bias and discrimination. Our school board policy specifically address that we do not tolerate discrimination based on race, ethnicity, gender, etc. Stonewall Jackson High School is a warm and welcoming school because the students, teachers, and administrators and parents have made it so. It is the highest rate of dual enrolled courses completion in the division. It is diverse and the diversity is celebrated through formal and informal school events. At this time, I believe we should be coming together rather than finding a reason to push apart. This email was sent by Mark Johnson, the same one that is now on Facebook bashing our schools boards for their decisions. He himself has said how Stonewall Jackson excels academically, as well as being welcoming. I know many will speak here tonight on how the name should not be Stonewall Jackson. With that said, I would like for you to take into consideration how many of these people volunteer in Stonewall or Ashby Lee. How many have an active part in our southern campus? Not many can say that they will continue to preach how the name should be changed because it's racist. I have seen many people complain that they didn't feel welcomed at Stonewall or they were bullied for being a different race. Let me break this down for you. Out of 502 students, do these people complain knowing that Stonewall Jackson has 181 minority students? Do they also know that there has been not one complaint of racism and discrimination in Stonewall? The narrative could be made that they didn't feel comfortable going to administration because of this county being a racist county. But our state has ran mostly by Democratic representatives, but they have the ability to make a call, either their local one or call the state, and neither was done. It's also funny that this suit contains Ashby Lee, but nothing's been done.
Thank you. The time's expired. Waltz up, Bill Scott on deck.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Devin Ross. I'm a 1997 Stonewall Jackson graduate. I also volunteer at the Mount Jackson Museum. Tonight I bring with me a history book, the award-winning Celebrating 200 Years of Mount Jackson History that was published earlier this year. On page 143 it reads, "It was during the precise period of racial conflict in the school system that Shenandoah County constructed a new all-white school on its southern campus named for Confederate Lieutenant General Thomas Stonewall Jackson in 1959. 15 years later, the elementary school, Ashby Lee, named for Confederate Generals Turner Ashby and Robert Lee, would open." On page 144 it reads, "It was not until the fall of 1962, 8 years after Brown versus the Board of Education under the threat of a lawsuit mirroring one filed against Grayson County in Virginia, that it has succeeded. The board placed 3 African-American students at Central and Strasburg High School. It took another year for Stonewall to finally integrate." As a candidate for Mount Jackson Town Council, I have had the privilege to sit and talk with one of the first black students to walk the halls of Stonewall Jackson in 1963. It was not a kind and welcoming place like many say. This student was called the N-word and was told to go back to Africa throughout her senior year. This is the school name you want to appeal. As a 1997 graduate, I certainly saw racism in our halls, especially targeted towards our Hispanic Latino students. I'm not saying this type of behavior does not happen at other schools, but it didn't happen when I attended high school. You have a huge decision to make tonight. You could stop spending our tax dollars on a school that was built solely as an all-white school that was forced to integrate a decade later. Or you can choose to stop and look at the bigger picture and what your legacy will hold when a history book is written about you. What will it say? Thank you.
Mr. Scott up, Mr. Atwood on deck.
Yes, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen of the school board, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Chairman. I want to urge the board to not appeal this. Don't spend more money to appeal this. It's time to move ahead and move with the old names of Mountain View and Honey Run. These are names that are non-controversial. They do not raise specters of relitigating the Civil War over and over again. There are people who wish to honor these generals. Yes, there are plenty of places to do that. There's a battlefield in Newmarket, not that far up the road. There is Lexington, Virginia, which memorializes Lee and which memorializes General Jackson. So there's plenty to honor these people. I've heard them called, quote, godly men or religious men. Abraham Lincoln was confronted with this at one point when two women from the Confederacy came to seek the release of their husbands who'd been taken prisoner by the Union Army. I'm quoting from a book, loosely from a book by the late Senator Robert Dole. It seems that one of the cases the women made was that her husband was a, quote, religious man. Now Lincoln, before I move on, he did pardon and release the 2 Confederate prisoners. But he said, if your husband's religion depends on getting fat, at the labors of people who were designed to be free, he may want to take another look at his religion. So, you know, that's something to consider. But the Civil War is over. Massive resistance needs to go back into the past, and we need to move ahead with names that are not offensive, names that are non-divisive, and return to the names of Honey Run and Mountain View. And we need to, and I think my time is up, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Atwood up, and is it Bard from Fort Valley? Barb from Fort Valley? I'm sorry, I couldn't make out your last name on the sheet. I'm sorry. Okay, well, you're on deck.
I beg your indulgence, Mr. Chair, for a minute to comment about something that happened earlier before I do my remarks. Can I have a minute? Thank you. I want to say congratulations to all the award winners recognized here this evening. A powerful dose of optimism was given to this silver level senior citizen, and I got the silver here, and it gives me a strong dose of optimism. Thank you for that. Chairman, before he starts, could we reset the time? Oh yeah, that would be helpful.
Yes, to reset the time, I think.
Do I do it?
No, he'll do it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
He's on payroll.
do that complication. Oh, great, sir. I'm glad for it. Well. And also, you gave me a challenge to edit this from 3 to 2 minutes on the fly. So thank. All right. I am Dennis Atwood.
Wait, you gotta wait for the clock.
I didn't really set it up this way.
Neither did the board.
Thank you. I am now Dennis Atwood of Morristown, and for a bit of historical perspective, we have children who graduated from Central High School in 1988, 92, 94, and 99, and that was a good and plenty. Shenandoah County Public Schools encompass 10 instructional facilities, over 5,600 students, and over 1,000 teachers and support staff. I know you know that. It's an awesome responsibility with a budget north of $100 million. While the service area for schools on the southern campus includes Districts 1 and 2, they are funded by taxpayers from the entire county for the local funds, and that's 36% of the budget, and approximately 53% remainder from the state. So people have local interest and local desires, but this enterprise is funded widely. But this enterprise is burdened by the current school board, which has devoted a large amount of time, attention, and resource in defending an effort to reinstate Confederate generals' names for a high school and elementary school. Yet I heard this evening you led us in a pledge of allegiance to the United States of America. The Confederate forces fought against U.S. troops to keep slavery legal. So which is more valid, the pledge or your efforts to maintain these names? So there's overarching historical fact about that situation. While the majority of our nation is commemorating the 250th anniversary of the creation of the United States, you appear to be persisting in an ill-begotten, ill-devised, and illegal effort to honor senior military leaders who waged war on the U.S. I urge you to abandon your efforts to defend naming our schools for traitors and racists, and expeditiously choose new names and support the superintendent in your strategic plan, New Horizons. Thank you. Thank you.
You're up, Whitlock on deck.
Good evening. I am only in this area for 17 years. I do not have children in this school district or any school district, but I have happily paid taxes to support the schools because it benefits everybody. You are wasting our tax dollars. There is no sense in continuing this to support a school named for a traitor of the United States of America. Stonewall Jackson was a very interesting and a good general, but he was a traitor, and that is what you are bringing forth. So that As Dennis said, you pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, but you name a school after a traitor, and you waste our tax dollars. I don't know why you all started this in the beginning, but it's got to end. There should be a common name, a name that does not appear to make you happy. But all I can say is, when this started, it seemed the board was determined that they were going to change the names, and they did. And the one person who voted against it was a Susan Collins, and you know what I mean by that. He wanted to run for supervisor, and Woodstock did not like it. So he was a one vote, and it didn't make a difference. That was making him Susan Collins. Secondly, or thirdly, there was no common. No, I believe you had, there was a survey sent out. It got 12% of the county return. That is not a majority. Thank you.
Wallinger on deck.
Hello, my name is Doug Whitlock. Many of you actually know me, but I'm going to be speaking from the heart. I'm going to talk just like Samuel Jackson. He loved our community. He loved Virginia. And I'm sorry if I'm looking at some people. That's just how I am. He was the one who dearly loved Virginia. He is the one who actually stood up for Virginians against a tyrannical government who came in, murdered, raped, and pillaged our communities. While he didn't own slaves, he freed his wife's slaves. He is a devout Christian, and I don't like to hear from other Christians who are not Christians about this. He led a principle. He guided everybody with his heart, his emotion. He was even wanted by Abraham Lincoln to defend from the Union side, the aggressors. I don't like lots of what's going on. I've never seen the racism except for when liberals started coming in to throw this out here in our faces. There were many great people that I've met through this community, including people who sat for 28 days in a row, who loves this community, who came to this community, who actually gave value. I know that I'm probably not supposed to say names, but we had lots of people that dedicated this community. And I've been through this community a long time. Zero racism on one side. From the other side, you could barely even notice, and now that we know the SPLC is a Klan organization, these are not the roots of Shenandoah County. The roots are the love. The roots of Virginia was the love. So if you want to change the names, start with Virginia. Start with all these actual places that had slaves as owners. These are great people. They defended their country. They loved Virginia. And this is not about racism until they brought racism. Thank you. And I ask for you to appeal.
Thank you. Wallinger up, Emily Scott on deck.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Wallinger. I live in Mr. Street's district. I sent Mr. Street a letter, and I think I copied all of you on it on Monday, expressing my interest in this case. I'm not here to give legal advice tonight. That's not my place. But I would like to offer some observations based on my experience of 45 years trying cases in state and federal courts throughout Virginia. Law cases are decided on the basis of the law and the facts. The facts in this case, as pointed out by Judge Urbanski, are unique and they're undisputed. You can draw different opinions from those facts, but the facts are what they are, and they don't help you. Appellate judges rarely look behind findings of fact of a trial court if there's any evidence to support it, for the simple reason that the trial judge is the only one who has the opportunity to sit there face to face with the witnesses, hear their testimony, and weigh their credibility. So let's talk about the law side of the case. Plaintiffs in this case pled 4 separate legal issues, separate and distinct. In order to prevail, they only had to win on one of those issues. In fact, they won on all four. Scoreboard was plaintiffs 4, school board 0. On appeal, in order to reverse the decision of the trial court, you would have to convince the appellate court that Judge Urbanski erred on all 4 legal issues. I believe your chances of doing that are slim to none. I would rather see you accept the olive branch that's been extended and save yourselves millions of dollars.
Emily Scott is up and Dennis Barlow is on deck.
I'm Emily Scott. I live in Woodstock. I'm a Shenandoah County native. And I would like to concur with Mr. Wallinger and ask the board not to appeal the NAACP court case. I feel it would be expensive, and I don't feel we need to be spending money trying to prove that we can name things after Confederate generals and not be racist. I feel that's an expensive point. And I also would like to address the idea of majority rules. The function of government exists also to protect the rights of the minority against the will of the majority. And nothing can be truer than this recent court case. These students had their civil rights violated, they felt, by them naming the schools what they were named, and the court agreed. So please, don't appeal this decision. Thank you.
Mr. Barlow up, Mr. Pollack on deck.
Well, good evening. Change of roles, it's kind of interesting, but it's great to see you guys. I have been front and center at the name change hearings from the beginning. I think I'm the only person who was from the defendant's side who was there continually and sitting at the desk and listening, and I have, and that's through the closing arguments on 31 March. It was a concern mentioned just a few minutes ago. I think there are a lot of anomalies in this case that that the judge and the plaintiffs have to answer for, and I think that there are cogent and understandable reasons for appeal, and those I'm not going to go through those now because I have 1 minute left. So, but the one thing I want to make clear to you is that the two things that they had to prove are that you members of the school board, pointing back to myself too, were aware of a negative racial impact this would have, and secondly, that it was your desire to inflict that discrimination on the students. If you accept this case the way it's written, you have accepted that premise that you did this for a racist reason. That's what you will be admitting to. I'm not admitting to that. Mrs. Carlinio comes from a blended family, comes from a culture where people accept integration. I've been 33 years in the Army, the greatest meritocracy in the world, done human assistance work around the world, and been given awards by the Secretary of Defense, who was a Democrat, for the things I've done. Then I went to JMU and continued to do humanitarian assistance work.
I hate to pull rank on you.
I was just getting started.
Well, next time.
I will.
Won't be a time limit, except for 3. Mr. Pollack is up, and Catherine, I can't read your last name.
It's a wreck. I'm a wreck.
You're on deck.
I came to talk about my alma mater, Stonewall Jackson, which I almost saved twice. First, 5 years ago, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, I proposed to deny this board the funding it requested until it changed its mind regarding Stonewall. That move didn't work. The other opportunity to save the names I gave to this board this past September, It was clear then, and it is still clear today, that we could have kept the name Stonewall by passing a resolution with good pedagogical reasons for naming the school after him. After reviewing Urbanski's latest opinion, he again relied on the lack of a good pedagogical reason why the school should be named Stonewall. And that single reason is that Stonewall was the black man's friend. An entire book was written on this subject. A book, Stonewall Jackson, the Black Man's Friend. That is what this board needs to educate its students and the citizens of this county. Contrary to the caricature that has been made of Stonewall, the most honorable and Christian man in our nation's history. The board is here to educate, and that is what it needed to do and still can attempt to do. Just as the Black Church in Roanoke installed a stained glass window in Stonewall's honor. Stonewall was born into a family who had slaves living as slave members. He never bought a slave. He was threatened for imprisonment for educating slaves and teaching them the Bible. He is so revered in the black community even today. It may not be too late to clarify for Judge Urbanski that Stonewall stands for loving the oppressed even when it is a crime to do so. Once this board does that, no court should be able to remove the name of Stonewall from our high school. Alternatively, this board could comply with Judge Urbanski's order to remove the name and adopt a new school name on a racially non-discriminatory basis with all deliberate speed. The obvious choice is the man who 70% of the county voted 2 years ago to be President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
From Pittsburgh, and Steve Hashman from Connickville is on deck.
Okay. First of all, Brad, Go with the Wind is a book too. Doesn't mean dip. Okay.
No personal attacks.
I'm sorry. I would rather use county money to educate our children and keep them safe from attacks from all directions, not pay for another appeal. The school board lost its court case just as the army that Stonewall Jackson led lost. If we are going to continue fighting for losers, then the next government building should be named Charles Cornwallis. As most people here have said, they live here and have never lived anywhere else. Well, the rest of the country does not agree with the racism that is in this county. For those of you flying Confederate flags, you cannot be a Confederate. You cannot be a Confederate and a member of the United States of America. Pick one and then leave the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hashman up, Blake Myers on deck.
Good evening, school board members, Madam Superintendent, Chairman Vance. Thank you for allowing my voice to be heard tonight. I'm Steve Heichman, live in District 2 out in the Connickville area, 4th generation here in Shenandoah County. Well, welcome back to all of the teachers, staff, and school employees and the students. I have a quick note to express my enthusiasm for the weekday religious education that is going to be starting up on September the 15th, and right now they're expecting over 200 students to participate. I do urge the school board to appeal the recent judge decision on removing the names on the southern campus schools. What I find interesting in the Northern Virginia Daily article dated Monday, August the 10th is the next to the last paragraph, and I quote from the newspaper. In the ongoing legal battle, the parties have expended substantial time and resources, and the community remains emotionally torn. The court continues to believe that this dispute would be best resolved by a community-driven consensus rather than a protracted, expensive legal battle. Now, what I find interesting is, what is he trying to say here when you read into that paragraph? It seems that he knows that we live in a republic in this country. This is a government of, by, and for the people. The government is elected by the people, and they work for us. We the people, we are reminded of this every time we recite the Pledge of Allegiance and to the republic for which it stands. The judge seems also to be saying, let the majority of the community decide and the majority rules. When the survey was taken...
Thank you. Mike Myers up and Dave Myers on deck.
Good evening, board. Thank you. I will keep this brief and factual. Several years ago, the school board changed the names of 2 of our schools without a public vote. In fact, they didn't want a public vote because they knew most taxpayers would be against their rogue decision. At the time, the board said the cost would be privately funded, 0 tax dollars used. They lied. Let me repeat that. They lied. An entire school board lied to its constituents and used more than $300,000 in school funds to change the names of 2 of our schools. Fast forward to the election cycle. It's no secret that many of us campaigned for those who would represent their constituents, and more specifically reverse the previous board's hastily made decision. After a new board was elected, it exercised its lawful authority under Virginia law and restored the original names. They understood what the majority wanted and acted on their constituents' behalf. Now, the current board, who is you, face a court order pushed by an outside group requiring the names to change again. This group is also publicly trying to coerce, bribe, blackmail, whatever you want to call it, you, the school board, to not appeal the decision. They are threatening our county with millions of dollars to stand down and not legally challenge them. Many, and I do mean many, residents believe this should be decided locally, not imposed from outside the county, and certainly not to be manipulated by outside groups. I strongly urge the board to appeal and let this matter be resolved through the proper legal process. Thank you.
Thank you. Billy Myers, and Bob Smith on deck.
My name is Ben Myers. I go to Stonewall Jackson High School. And please appeal and keep the name Stonewall.
Mr. Smith up, Heather Brown on deck.
Well, I'm glad we're not looking at all of this with a political perspective. That's very important. I was a little afraid of it the last time when I spoke 2 years ago. And I said, gee, why don't we just change the name and make everybody happy and call it Abraham Lincoln High School? You could have heard a pin drop that night. The decision was made because everybody was kind of offended that we would name it after a president of the United States. In spite of what Brad is saying about naming it after Trump. That's only going to continue to bring conflict. Why are we continuing to use the name Stonewall Jackson when it brings conflict? How many millions of dollars the court system says must be spent in order to reimburse for all the costs of everybody that's involved, including the money that's already been drawn in order to support this. Now I speak to you now not as Bob Smith, as a taxpayer and resident of Edinburgh and family that came to this state in 1700. I speak to you now as the president of the NAACP, and I urge you to take the issue off the table. Let's rename the schools. Let's sit back and do what's right for the students. Let's focus on the students. Let's focus on the programs and not spend any more money chasing after something that is somebody's attitude. We need to sit back and make sure that we're supporting the students. That's your job. That's your challenge. That's what you need to do. I taught for over 20 years. I draw my money from the Virginia Education Association for my retirement. I've worked as a special education teacher. I've seen the discrimination. When I was 10 years old, I saw a little girl in a wheelchair in the back porch. I said, what school you go to? I don't go to school. They don't have facilities for me.
Sorry, sir, your time has expired.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Heather Brown up and Lon King on deck.
Good evening. My name is Heather Brown. To say I'm disappointed by this current school board is an understatement. In fact, I'm quite disgusted by the actions of every member of the school board. The fact that the school board in Shenandoah County Public Schools chose not to recognize Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, or any other months that celebrate people of color, but instead celebrates the Confederacy, Donald Trump, and Charlie Kirk, tells me everything about the county I live in. I was born and raised here in Shenandoah County, and I once thought this was a wonderful place to live. But as I've gotten older, gotten out of this bubble, and returned to start a family, I have seen people's true colors, and I'm truly considering if I still want to call this place home. Home to me is a place where people celebrate each other, celebrate their differences, and are there to support each other despite those differences. A place where people don't have to agree with each other, but have a respect for one another and try to put themselves in the shoes of others instead of only thinking of themselves. To quote Michelle Obama, people who are truly strong lift others up. People who are truly powerful bring others together. Thank you.
Thank you. And line came up, John Chilton on deck.
School board members, Ms. Foltz for superintendent. I'm here tonight to kind of maybe change the tune a little bit. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done to make our schools better, to have the renovations done that have been neglected for decades, and it's definitely lifted the morale in the building. But I'd also like you to think about what's our plan. We've gotten the renovations done, but I haven't really seen any initiative other than looking at other buildings that are old to move forward with our capacity issues that we have in the central campus and at Sandy Hook. That hasn't gone away. The renovations are nice. We needed that. I feel like our schools are a little safer than what they were. But if we don't, I don't know if the feasibility has taken place as far as the land that's in Maurytown. And yes, there are 10 acres that's preserved for the Civil War group. But I think the soldiers that were on that land would rather us use that property to see a vision for the future to educate fine students in Shenandoah County. You saw it on display tonight. I mean, this is what we're here for, is to give our kids space, good teachers, and quality education in a quality building. Thank you.
And Robert Arnell, is that correct? Arner, sorry, sir. You're on deck. Okay.
Good evening. Despite my t-shirt, I'm speaking for myself. I'm John Chilton, retired economist. I reside in Orkney Springs, District 1. I met my spouse in 1971 in Orkney Springs, and she's a graduate of Stonewall Jackson High School, and her family goes back many, many generations. On August 6, 2026, Judge Urbanski issued his landmark civil rights ruling and order in the Confederate school names case. As a result, Shenandoah County will forever be associated with being on the wrong side of justice. Tonight, I ask the school board to comply with the judge's decision and remove the names with, in Judge Urbanski's words, all deliberate speed. When the 2024 board reinstated the names, they were well aware that it is federal law that in civil rights cases such as this, if the defense loses, as this school board has, the defense must pay the plaintiff's attorney's fees. This board, in continuing to pursue this case, has exposed the county to enormous financial liability. Tuesday of this week, the Board of Supervisors in closed session discussed the judge's decision with its attorney. In Shenandoah County, as you well know, the school's budget is in this county's budget. The county, the supervisors approve your budget. You do not collect taxes. Therefore, the supervisors are going to be the ones on the hook for figuring out how to pay when you end up paying attorney's fees.
Thank you for your observation, sir.
My name is Rob Arner. I live in Edinburgh, Virginia.
Excuse me just a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And, Brad Skipper's on deck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I served on Soil and Water, Lord Fairfax for 3 years, so I was an elected official here. I've been an educator here for 40 years. I tutor. I was tutored twice a week at Robinson. And also I'm a writer. And I want to start off with what Benjamin Franklin said. We can learn a lot from Benjamin Franklin. I'm not so concerned on the return on my investment, but the return of my investment. Benjamin Franklin was a compromiser. He was a great American. Actually, he was one of the few Americans who went against slavery toward the end, but he compromised. However, today we have a ruling, as Bruce Wallinger and others have said, that shows this case has no merit. This is like the DOJ's ruling. This case, and talk to a lawyer. Go and talk to the lawyer, because the judge was very prudent, very vigilant on appeal. Now this county has a $15 million bond on the landfill. The money's not there. You can Google me, I'm an expert in landfill financing. This county has wastewater plants that are falling apart. Those are $30 million each. This county has a big expense. Finally, we have a crud storm of financial problems. The bond market, AI investment that the life insurance companies are investing in, it's ready to crumble. We get 50% of our stuff, our taxes from the state. The money, it's a leaking ship, as Benjamin Franklin. So I last time came here to speak with reverence, not righteousness. I believe we should pray together, not pray on each other. I went and wrote to all the different pastors in this area so we can best go forth. Let's look up and not look down. Let's live in the present, not the past.
Brad Skipper up, Fiona Heisman on deck.
Good evening. Well, here we are. You insisted on renaming our public schools after traitors to the United States. Men who took up arms against the very flag that we pledge allegiance to. People like my grandfather, who were quick to kill anyone carrying that flag as he fought on behalf of the Confederacy. They killed more than 360,000 American soldiers. You've not only offended 30% of the students in the schools and in this community, you violated their civil rights and the U.S. Constitution, and it wasn't close in the courtroom. Your attorneys were crushed by truth, justice, and the American way. And now you're considering throwing more money away on appeal. We're already overtaxed and underserved. I hear the complaints constantly. Building conditions, overcrowded classrooms, absurd restrictions on what teachers can teach and books they can use. There's already friction between you guys and the Board of Supervisors, and they've got their own battle on their hands now with their wrong-headed turn on data centers. You think they're going to back you on this? Don't expect them to go out on a limb. So let's talk about the appeal. We're already looking at millions in attorney's fees. An appeal risks running up bigger fees and a bigger bill for us taxpayers with no real chance of reversal. This ruling was on solid constitutional and procedural grounds. And what does the community get for that money? Nothing. Nothing new gets decided about students' education. Nothing improves in a single classroom. You'd just be spending public funds to keep fighting a question that's already been answered, choosing more legal bills over textbook and teacher pay instead of doing the job you're elected to do. No one is erasing any history. Lee, Jackson, Ashby, and Henry Alfred Waller, my great-great-grandfather, were traitors to the United States. This should be over. It's done. Spend our money on helping students.
Hi, my name is Fiona Heisman, probably as you heard earlier. I am a student at Norfolk Middle School, and I hope you will do the right thing and keep the name the same. so that younger kids, when they graduate 5th grade, they can graduate from Ashby Lee. And just like I did. So when I graduate, I hope I can graduate from Stonewall Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who joined us here. I'd like to thank everyone who sent emails. I'm sure I wasn't the only one getting emails. Being the oldest person in the room, when you talked about your phone blew up, that's what happened when lightning hit the wire that gave you your phone service, and your phone blew up. It took on a new meaning. And what a job Ryan did managing the on-deck circle, and I appreciate your help very much.
Favorite reporter. Excuse me.
That takes us to the, what? There's one more speaker?
You said you might entertain if we weren't here in time to sign up. Did you decide you couldn't entertain?
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Needs to show her ID, Chairman.
You have to check in with Ms. Stickley there in the red.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I be granted permission to change my mind and also speak? 2 minutes.
Do you have an ID? I guess you do.
Have to check with them.
You have to check, sorry, you have to check in with Ms. Stickley. And for the record, since I don't have your name, would you state your name, please, and
Sure.
place of residence?
Sure. First, I apologize. I just barely got away from work to get here. It wasn't my intention to not sign up. My name is Ann Wallinger.
Oh, okay.
I've been here for 7 generations. I went to Stonewall Jackson High School. I love history. I just spent 2 years of my life on top of my very demanding job volunteering to help write that history book so people could celebrate the history of where we live. I just want to correct a couple of things that I heard tonight. It is a black or white issue, but as far as is it a come here or a lived here issue, that's not true. It's not black and white there. I've been here for 7 generations. I went to Stonewall. I love history, and I do not think the name should be Stonewall Jackson High School. I think that we have a lot of history to celebrate. We have our Soldiers Cemetery. We have the museum in Newmarket is excellent, and it's similar to those places when I was writing the book and trying to figure out how in the world do we make everybody happy, because you can't make everybody happy. And everyone in this room is never going to agree on this topic. You can choose to go to our Soldiers Cemetery. You can choose to go to the Civil War Museum. You can choose to go to the Colored Cemetery. When you're reading the book, you can choose to skip the African American history chapter. You can choose to skip the Our Soldiers Cemetery chapter. You can't choose to go to the school or not. You live here, you have to walk in that door. You have to wear the jersey. So I just really urge you not to appeal. I think there's a lot of more important issues that we need to focus on. AI is out there. I work in that industry. It's terrifying. Our kids need our help, and this just isn't helping. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carolyn Chilton, Chilton. I'm the wife the guy in the yellow shirt talked about. I am an 8th generation Shenandoah County person. I am a resident of District 1. I was born and raised in Shenandoah County, and I'm a graduate of Shenandoah County schools. And I come here tonight to ask you for leadership in reconciliation. Leadership that will unite us and heal our divisions. We need you to make us the great county that we are. We can be better than this. We can be better than this. And we need your leadership to help us do that. I am not coming here with a fist. I don't want to hit you. I don't want to yell at you. I'm not coming with a fist. I'm coming with my hands outstretched, asking you, the leaders, to be leaders of reconciliation. Take our hand, and let us work together to make this a great county. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm moving on to item 3 on the agenda, which is the consent agenda, which is composed of, I counted correctly, 5 items. And is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed in the agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
As always, Mr. Rickard, I appreciate your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And there's a second from Ms. Carlenio. All in favor of approving the consent agenda will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed will be no. Making her way to the microphone is Ms. Proctor, who is the Assistant Superintendent for Instruction, and she'll be reporting under the instructional agenda on summer school.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Vance, Superintendent Volz, board members. This evening we're going to give you an update on how summer school went for us. So just to highlight a few things, summer school happened the month of June. Our students came from 8:30 to 1 every day. We fed them breakfast and lunch. At the elementary level, we had a total of 130 students and approximately 17 teachers. And at the middle school level, we had a total of 86 students and approximately 9 teachers. And here to give you more information, we have Jacqueline Rhodes, who was one of our elementary coordinators who helped write the curriculum. And we also have Heather Brady, who was one of our middle school administrators, and she served at North Fork. So I will turn it over to them. As long as they're still here and they didn't leave me. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Jacqueline Rhodes. I was one of the elementary summer school coordinators this year. I also spoke with you last year about elementary summer school. Elementary summer school curriculum focused on America's 250th birthday. We created an infographic for you, a little roadmap of how we organize the summer school curriculum. Weeks 1 and 2 of summer school focused on Independence Day, America's first birthday, and the traditions that have been built to celebrate America's birthday. We also built in activities that focused on how America has grown over the past 250 years through the revolution and expansion of the United States. Weeks 3 and 4 were focused on student exploration of national symbols like the Liberty Bell, Statue of Liberty, and Bald Eagle. Students also got to plan a 250th birthday party for America, which was held on the last day of summer school. Daily core instruction for math and language arts were delivered for about 3 hours out of the summer school day. And teachers used the evidence-based interventions that were provided by the county to deliver this instruction. Our day also consisted of thematic hands-on learning with daily read-alouds and STEM activities such as building covered wagons and a bald eagle's nest. In addition to the classroom instruction and projects, students also attended a trip to the Belle Grove Plantation to see some of America's history right at our doorstep. We also had guest speakers from the American Frontier Culture Museum and Daughters of the American Revolution. And we also just added in a few photos of the students who participated in summer school and some of the activities that they did and some of the field trips that they went on. And guest speakers. Okay. Any questions?
Who played Abraham Lincoln? Who's tall?
I don't know. I was the summer school coordinator, so maybe it was. Okay, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
looks like Tim Taylor.
Taylor?
I think
Oh,
so.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does do that too.
Okay, so I am Heather Brady. I served as a site administrator for North Fork Middle School. So I got the privilege of seeing kids in action and getting to see some of the amazing things that our teachers did with students. We did have the 250th celebration theme as well. Our numbers were off a little bit. Ms. Proctor had much better numbers than we did, but based on some of the information we had, we knew there were a minimum 75 students that attended in grades 5 through 8 across the 4-week program at all 3 middle schools. The students learned about 4 different time periods, so they took history starting in 1776 all the way to present, and they broke it into 4 chunks. Students participated in STEM activities with a heavy focus on reading and writing to complete projects and show understanding of each time period. So they started with week 1, it was 1776 to 1865. They read Newsella articles, students did journal writing. There was a lot of collaboration. It was great to see students of all different levels working together to create papers, to write things, to participate in simulation. So they got to be a different part of that time period, so each person got a role, and they got to have a debate, and they got to say whether they would sign or would not sign the Declaration of Independence, and they had to give justification. And not only that, they had to think about their role, but then they had to put it in a paper and actually write about it. So asking students to actually immerse themselves and think about that time period and then write on that and have conversations with each other is really, really powerful. Students did that during their weekly theme time, so I kind of talked a little bit about what they did. That was the debate. I'm going to move on because I summarized it. They also did covered wagon projects, so this was their STEM project. They did writing about what worked, what didn't work, and they got to test whether their wagons would hold the weight. Is it going to keep them dry in the rain? Is it going to support their family? Are they going to be able to hold all of their materials? These were things that they had to think about, but they also got to create it out of materials. There's a couple pictures. On this last one, so they used pencils. We were using pennies, and we tried books. And originally the plan wasn't pencils, but I had a huge box of pencils that I brought down, and so we started putting those in too, because some of these guys are really, really smart, and they figured out ways that they could make it hold things like 10 books and then 100 pencils and 90 pennies, and it was just amazing to see what they could come up with collaboratively. These are all just different. We did go on a field trip. We went to Belle Grove Plantation. This was a really great field trip. Students were broken into groups, and then they got to move around and see different areas. And the people that were leading the tours presented a lot of great information, and students were able to ask questions. So I enjoyed watching the students interact and just the things that they shared with us. I enjoyed it, and I even said I'd love to take my daughter there. So it was a really great field trip and a great experience for our students to have. There's some pictures. They actually got, so the guy that was presenting this picked one student to put the stuff on and then ask them whether they thought that it would keep them warm. And the kids, all of the kids sitting there thought like, oh, it's gonna, like, yeah, it's like a jacket, you're putting it on, you're gonna be warm, it's hot outside. And the student that was there was like, no, it's not. It's really thin. And so that was a really great conversation between kids as well. Some more. So then we went into week 2. It was 1865 to 1918. They, again, did a lot of reading. I know that we scaffolded some things as well. We pulled some of our history books that we had available at school and then we pulled some actually from the elementary school as well. And we provided a lot of different reading materials to students so that way, no matter where they were and their ability to read, they were able to access the content. So we did make paper cars, and we did the assembly line with this one. I participated in this, and when you have a job that you can do really fast, but then the person that is after you is really slow, things start to get backed up. So it was fun to see the kids. We were all kind of shouting at each other in a positive way. We're like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. And the kids really loved it, and they were like, wait, why are you not done? Why are you done? And so they got to talk about the positives and negatives of an assembly line. Okay, so actually, she included the picture. I'm right there. I can't believe she did that. Anyway, didn't pay attention. So they got to actually make the car out of paper. We did go on a field trip to Route 11 potato chips as well. They talked to us about how an assembly line works for their business, and then the kids got to taste potato chips, which was honestly their favorite part. But one of our teachers did an impromptu history lesson there as well. We had actually planned to go back to school and have our conversation, and we had enough time that we were able to do it there and to dive a little bit deeper, and then have the kids go back in and look through the windows and have those discussions as well. So. And there's our kids kind of checking it out. Then we went into 1918 to 1999, and actually this is very interesting because as you get closer to present, students started to be a little bit confused because I feel like they've heard a lot about our past history, but when it comes closer to present, like they thought 1999 was a really long time ago, but they also didn't know anything. I mean, 1991 was a really long time ago, but they also didn't know anything about it. So that was really interesting to see them kind of talk about it and go, wait, you were alive? And to see them think about that. So they did talk about World War I, they talked about World War II, and we actually did some projects where they had to create trenches. And they talked about warfare. These are cookies. And then we get to the time period that is most the time period that they can relate to most, I would say. This one was really fun to watch and see them kind of take off. And we did our final projects. So with final projects, you can kind of see where they had to pretend and do their Declaration of Independence signing. You can see their model cars, and they're writing about what worked and what didn't work. And this was a shared writing activity that I actually did with them. And we talked about what worked and what didn't work and how we were going to set that up and then how we were going to turn it into a paper. So it was really great to work with the kids and to get into classrooms and see what teachers were doing even before I stepped in. And then this was their poster, so each one took a time period, one of the 4 sections, and they had to make a poster with all of the important details of that time period, and they also had to brainstorm and write about it. So they created a book. The second picture shows the book. It was 1 page out of it. There were several in that, and then the poster they actually presented to the community and to their parents and to teachers and staff and administrators and all of the people who came. So there are some students that are actually presenting, and parents came and they were so impressed, and the kids had great public speaking skills, and it was phenomenal. And there's just some more, another poster example. And that's all.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I don't have a question. I commend you both. Thank you for spending your summer investing in our kids, and especially with the 250th anniversary, all the history. Thank you both. It's really appreciated. And the other staff members, please extend my appreciation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Did they all sign the declaration?
Okay, so they all wanted to sign the declaration, but after having conversations, not everybody did. So we had to talk about how, if you're a loyalist or if you're a patriot, how not everybody signs and some people do sign. That was an interesting conversation.
Well done.
Thank you.
Awesome. Stretching all that learning and into a history lesson, which is hard. Very well done. So keep it up. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We now move to the informational agenda. Item 1 is a request to carry forward fiscal year 2026 CIP. Finance Director, Ms. Campbell.
Good evening, school board members, Ms. Foltz. The memo before you tonight is information only. As we have done in previous years, we are requesting the carry forward of our CIP funds. These funds fall in about 3 different buckets. After you all consider and approve at the next meeting, this would then go before the Board of Supervisors for their reappropriation of these funds. As you know, we work very hard with our CIP every single year. At the June 30th mark, we were left with about $4.2 million that we would like to carry forward so we can be sure to finish those projects. Happy to take any questions.
Hearing none, we go to the request to increase the fiscal year 2027 special budget. Director of Finance, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. This memo is also one that we do every year. We receive a number of grants that are federal reimbursable or state reimbursable that usually have multiple year periods of performance. So we're able to carry them into the next year. We're just asking for an appropriation so that we can finish out these grants in a timely manner. We are requesting action tonight as some of these grants have periods of performance that end September 30th, and we want to make sure that we are spending that money ahead of the end of the grant. Happy to take any questions.
Once again, I hear no questions. Thank you very much. Superintendent Ms. Falls, library book materials purchase list.
Policy IIBP, library materials selection requires that new library materials go through a process to ensure the selection of library materials are of the highest quality, suitable for supporting educational goals, and worthwhile for the limited amount of time available and most appropriate for students. All library materials selected for purchase in Shenandoah County Public Schools must not contain sexually explicit content inappropriate for minors, must be available for in-person inspection or electronic if available, upon request by any parent or guardian of a child attending Shenandoah County Public Schools, are subject to the authority of parents and guardians to either allow or disallow the viewing by their children, should ideally align with the Virginia standards of learning, should be appropriate for the age and developmental level of students, should promote intellectual growth by supporting a broad range of topics that correspond to the appropriate knowledge level of students, should present accurate and supportable factual content when presenting academic, scientific, or historical information, should include materials as part of a classics book section for each grade level. Regulation IIBP-R library materials selection establishes clear procedures for the selection of new library books. In July, the librarians developed a draft list of new books proposed for purchase and provided the list to the principals and assistant superintendent for instruction for review. On Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, the final draft lists were placed on the division website for review. The final approved library materials purchase lists were presented to the school board for information this evening. The recommendation will be for the school board to approve the final approved library materials purchase list at Thursday, September 10th, 2026 school board meeting. The final approved lists are attached to this agenda item for review. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, hearing none, we will go to item 5.4, the award of contract executive search firm. And I don't know if I'm calling on Ms. Campbell, Ms. Falls, or Ms. Corlinia. So which one would like to? Oh, here we go. Ms. Campbell, Director of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. At the board's direction, at the resignation of the former superintendent, we sent out an informal RFP to a number of search firms, and a review committee designated by you reviewed 2 proposals and is recommending the award of contract to McPherson and Jacobson in order to assist in the search for the new superintendent. Happy to take any questions.
Is up for action tonight?
It is, yes,
The
sir.
letter has been prepared, awaiting signature.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? Well, thank you again. We move to action items, personnel. That's usually Mr. Rickard.
I'll move to approve the personnel list as presented.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Shabby. Those in favor of approving the personnel list as presented will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the ayes prevail. Action item number 2, 6.2, request to increase fiscal year 2027 special budget. I'm awaiting a motion.
I move to approve the request to increase the fiscal year 2027 special budget as presented.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Street. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the ayes prevail on that one as well. 6.3, recommendation for approval of policy JHCP, cell phone free education. Ms. Foltz.
No.
Oops. What?
It's action. So.
Is this from another meeting?
Oh. Is there, excuse me.
Mr. Vance, you scared me. Now you're awake now.
It's nice to know I'm good for something, but kept me awake. Is there a motion to approve the update to policy JHCP, cell phone free education?
I move to approve the update of the policy JCHP, cell phone free education.
Thank you, Mr. Shaddy. Is there a second?
Second.
And Ms. Carlinio seconds. Any discussion on that? All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the motion prevails.
Where could we see that update?
I'm sorry?
Where could we see that update?
You'd have to see that online, would
Yes,
they
it's
not?
on Board Docs.
Board Docs. 6.4, recommendation for approval of 26-27 and 27-28 instructional calendars.
I move to approve the revisions to the 2026-27 and 2027-28 instructional calendars.
Is there a second to Mr. Shabby's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Carlinio. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the revisions prevail. $6.5, award of contract executive search firm. Is there a motion to approve?
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board awarded the contract of superintendent search consultant services to McPherson Jacobson LLC in the amount of $32,140 for a term commencing upon execution and continuing through June 30th, 2027, unless earlier completed or terminated in accordance with the agreement, and authorize the school board chair to execute the contract on behalf of the school board, subject to final review and approval as to form by legal counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Carlinio. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
There were several seconds. Any discussion on this? All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the contract is approved. Superintendent's report. Ms. Foltz.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As everyone knows, yesterday was our very first day of school for this school year, and we welcomed many students back to school yesterday, and it was so great seeing all the smiling faces of our students as they entered the building, and it was great seeing the smiling faces of our staff as they accepted our students, and everyone was just, it was a great day. I went to every school, and it was, everyone was on task, we had no difficulties that I'm aware of, which was great, so it was very smooth. I also like to point out that Sandy Hook Elementary School celebrated their new courtyard with a ribbon cutting ceremony last week. It was a great opportunity to thank the staff, students, and community members who helped make the project a reality. And our students are going to have so much fun enjoying this new space this year. And finally, North Fork Middle School was recognized for their visible learning partner school winner in 2026. So I'd like to congratulate Dr. Noonan, Assistant Principal Hoover, and their entire North Fork team on being recognized at the 2026 Visible Learning Conference in Nashville last month. North Fork was selected as the 2026 Partner School Award winner, which recognizes schools that embed visible learning practices into their daily routines at every level and showcases their commitment to measurable impact. So congratulations to all of those.
Thank you. Any questions for the superintendent? Hearing none, we're on item number 8, report of board members and other business. Ms. Carlinio, I'll call on you first, please.
Well, thank you very much. And this is a long meeting and we're only halfway done, so let me get started. I first would like to welcome all our students and our teachers and staff, as well as extend an official welcome to our new interim superintendent, Melissa Foltz. We're very grateful that you have stepped up to help our school division, and especially after your retirement. So thank you. I also want to welcome back the staff and our administrative office, including our new Director of Human Resources, Mr. Weigel, Dr. Weigel, I'm so sorry about that. As we have been signaling over the past year, there are a number of issues that we're probably going to be working on together regarding employment procedures, guidance to our staff, hiring practices. So I'm sure that you're probably a little bit busier than you anticipated. So I thank you for all that. This would also be a good time to remind all our teachers and staff, particularly those new to our district, to familiarize yourselves with the new policies that may have been passed or amended over the last couple of years, including the reduced screen time for our students, the flag and decor policies, and the ban on gender identity education for our schools. And yes, this extends to the use of the preferred pronouns, which we will be addressing. I also, please remember the dress code, which I have already received a couple of complaints about. All of these policies have been implemented with the goal of focusing on and enhancing the education of our children, which is what we are hired to do. If you have any questions regarding this, please feel free to contact your administrators, central office, or even your school board member. So now to address the elephant in the room. By now, most of you are aware of the recent ruling by Judge Urbanski in the Covington and Berlin NAACP lawsuit, compelling us to change the names that we legally reverted back to the original 2 years ago. Anyone who has been following this case closely is not at all surprised by the decision. After all, Judge Urbanski predicted this outcome from the very first time he spoke on this case, when he granted anonymity to plaintiffs who not only never found a press outlet they didn't speak to, but even invited some of them to their very homes, or when he did not allow board members to testify at trial on why this decision was made in the first place. We were just not allowed. And while he was ruling on a judicial standard that requires discriminatory intent, he ruled for the plaintiffs, even as he admitted that, and let me quote this from his opinion, the court makes no finding that any individual board member was motivated by racial hatred or animosity. Apparently, if you even address an accusation of racism, then your decision was necessarily based on race. But what is worse, the court held it doesn't even have to make a finding about racism in a case about racism, a more dangerous judicial precedent I have never heard. To simply accept this decision means not only to betray the community that elected us and reward the atrocious actions of a woke 2020 school board who refused to listen to their own constituents in favor of doing the bidding of then Governor Ralph Northam. Remember Ralph Northam? He was the one pictured either painted with a black face or more likely, in my opinion, wearing the KKK hood for his yearbook. But simply accepting this opinion is more than that. It would be our contribution to the erosion of our constitutional Republican system of government. The simple fact is that to arrive to this decision, this Obama-appointed judge had to engage in some outrageous judicial gymnastics to achieve the result that he wanted all along. And so, a district court judge gets to subvert not only the Virginia statute that assigns to us, the elected school board, the right and duty to name the schools, but also subverts the very democratic process that got us elected. Furthermore, as I read the plaintiff's attorney's comments in the press, I don't believe we have any option but to continue fighting this appalling decision. If we are to lose at the highest court of the land in this wonderful country of ours, and we know that there is nothing else to be done, and that the republic that our founding fathers created is more in peril than we thought. Because in the end, we know that this lawsuit was not about righting wrongs or about fixing a problem. In fact, one of the plaintiffs summed it up perfectly when he told WVSL in Harrisonburg a few days ago, and I'm quoting, he views this ruling as part of a broader civil rights legacy. A legacy. His legacy and that of those who joined in the suit, which includes a very white student. You see, it wasn't about discrimination, racism, or disparate treatment. If anything, it is my opinion that this case makes a mockery of the real cases of racism and discrimination that still exist, as it debases those instances that do actually need real attention. And let me add this. I do know a thing or two about factual prejudice, discrimination, and harassment, not just as a Hispanic woman who has actually experienced it, but also as someone who worked at the Ohio Civil Rights Commission, identifying cases of discrimination, and was later appointed by the governors of both Ohio and Virginia to serve on the equivalent state boards as a commissioner. In fact, some of those instances of ethnic intimidation and discrimination that I've experienced happened right here in this county. And during and after my election with some of the same people who support this lawsuit. And unlike the plaintiffs in this case, I do have the receipts to prove it. I wonder if Thomas and Berling or the NAACP would be interested in taking my case. The reality is that all of these plaintiffs, both white and black students, have all excelled and never lodged a single complaint about discrimination. If anything, some would argue that they were treated better than most of our students in our schools. They all enjoyed the very best of the benefits that our schools have to offer, something that most of our students never will. Nor was this about improving race relations. Let me ask this question. Is there a single person here who honestly and truly believes that this lawsuit has positively advanced race relations in this community? The state or the nation? I would love to hear how it has done that, because what we're talking about here is how divided this community is. So you can't have it both ways. Either it's divided or it better the relations.
Do we get to address you back?
If so, no, we can do that after that. You can talk to me after that. So I would love to hear from that. Because what I see, and I have seen, proves exactly the opposite, and has ignited rightful resentments and raised questions about the nature of racism in America today. When you attack and label as racist people who have never had that intent, or when you equate a whim to real prejudice and discrimination, you can't expect people to take you seriously ever again. When the plaintiff adds in the press that we can remember that this is no place for discrimination, that actually is and has always been a statement of fact, not a sudden realization. It is the place where he and all the other plaintiffs enjoyed success, popularity, sports, and an excellent education despite their assertions of oppression. Incidentally, have any of you wondered why the plaintiffs are seeking $10 million in costs? Well, let me tell you. While the plaintiffs, most of whom have already graduated from from our schools, just get their time in the press, the average equity partner at Covington and Berling is reported to make over $3.2 million a year, with their managing partners making exponentially more. Former Obama Attorney General Eric Holder, who is a partner in this firm, is said to make about $6 million a year. The entry-level associate, $225,000 a year. So when they have an army of about 24 attorneys in this case, you can see how those fees accumulated very quickly. And all because a few people wanted to be part of a civil rights legacy. So, and let's not forget about the CEO for the NAACP, who makes about $1 million. This means that while our school system struggles to find just a couple of $1 million to fix roofs that are about to fall down, leaks that lead to mold and sickness in our students and teachers, or simply to accommodate our overcrowded students, these lawyers are likely just seeking a couple of $1 million to renovate their multi-million-dollar mansions or get their latest model of a $250,000 car. And I'm speaking, so I would appreciate your silence. So if any student, or more likely any parent of such student at a school named after something or someone who can even remotely inspire disagreement and who wants to be a part of a legacy or simply just have their 50 minutes of fame, remember this court's opinion and feel free to sue. No evidence of actual discrimination or damage is needed. And that would include, but not be limited to, any of the students who attend a school named after Malcolm X, any of the estimated 25 students named after Barack Obama, the 80 schools named after Martin Luther King, the 85 named after Cesar Chavez, the 51 named after Woodrow Wilson, the 28 named after Franklin Roosevelt, the 16 after Lyndon Johnson, the 144 named for John Kennedy, or, God forbid, the 6 named for Bill Clinton. So please consider suing without any regards for your school's financial needs. I'm sure that given the ridiculous economic benefits that the law firms and nonprofits can derive, not to mention the free publicity, you will have no problem finding someone to represent you. And just as a quick reminder, for the ones who are talking about spending the taxpayer money, let's just put this into perspective. The only ones who have spent taxpayer money here are the ones who changed the money that they back in 2020. And they're also the ones who are now asking us to pay the $10 million in legal expenses. We spent $0 for the restorations of the names and have spent no money for the legal defense. So if the other side wants to, if you are opposing the current names, that's fine, but don't come here and start a hypocritical argument that you're trying to save the taxpayer money, because you're actually the ones who's costing it.
She's trying to tell us not to speak up and not free speech. Like, why is she allowed to do that?
I'm sorry.
Because I am an elected official, you are not.
You can't silence us. He is elected official.
Audience participation is not permitted here. Please save your opinion for the letters to the editors.
We had public comment. You had your chance. We all stayed silent and listened to you.
In your speech, duh.
So,
Have your time.
thank you for your patience. We'll move on to Mrs. Spence.
Thank you, Chairman Vance. First, I want to welcome our students, families, teachers, and our staff back for another school year. I hope everyone had a great first day and is looking forward to a successful year. And every year about this time, we rightfully spend a lot of time thanking our teachers, administrators, and our staff. But tonight, I want to recognize a group that probably doesn't hear thank you nearly enough. And that's our substitute teachers. I had the opportunity to briefly attend the substitute training led by Ms. Stickley in July and attended by our newly announced HR Director, Dr. Weigel, who wasn't even employed by us yet. He was working somewhere else, but he was there. And it was just a good reminder of just how important these individuals are to the daily operation of our schools. They step into classrooms often with very little notice, and they provide the consistency our students in schools need. So to those serving in our students in that capacity this year, thank you. You're needed and you are appreciated. Of course, judging by the number of people who were in the room tonight, I suspect substitute teachers are not the reason everyone came. I think it is important to remember where the authority to govern our local public schools ordinarily rests. Under Virginia law, that responsibility is entrusted to the locally elected school board. A federal court certainly has the authority to determine whether a school board has violated federal law and, when appropriate, to order a lawful remedy. But that is very different from suggesting that a federal judge ordinarily decides what the name of a Shenandoah County public school should be. The naming of our schools is fundamentally a matter of local governance entrusted to this board. When a federal court's remedy reaches directly into that local decision-making authority, I believe this board has every right and a responsibility to carefully examine whether that solution is legally justified and whether review by appeals is appropriate. And I want to be very clear about something. An appeal is not defiance of the judicial system. Appeal is part of the judicial system. Seeking review of a federal judge's decision is not refusing to follow the law. It is using the very process the law provides to determine whether that decision was correct. And tonight, since we were hearing quite a bit about principle, I cannot ignore the recent offer by the NAACP attaching a financial incentive to a deadline for this board to change the school names. I will not pretend that attaching a financial discount to a deadline for this board to surrender its position somehow makes this more principled. If anything, it raised more questions for me about what this fight has become. And that brings me to another observation about tonight. I appreciate everyone who takes the time to come before this board and speak. Public comment is an important part of this process, whether I agree with what's being said or not. But I have to admit, I've become pretty good at predicting when we're going to need extra chairs. We can spend months discussing a multi-million-dollar budget and how we spend taxpayer dollars educating more than 5,000 students, and public comment can be pretty quiet. We can discuss how much time our youngest students spend on Chromebooks. Public comment, quiet. We can consider an anti-retaliation policy intended to protect employees who speak up about problems within our school division. Still pretty quiet. We can discuss academic achievement, special education, overcrowded schools, staffing, facilities and classroom resources, and somehow we managed to find plenty of empty seats. But put a politically charged issue on the agenda, suddenly everybody has cleared their calendars. And almost like clockwork, we're reminded that this board needs to put politics aside and do what's best for students. I agree, we should. I find it interesting how selectively what's best for students filled this room. Because advocating for students should not begin and end with the issues that generate headlines, lawsuits, Facebook arguments, or political outrage. Budgets matter, academics matter, special education matters, staffing matters, what happens inside our classrooms every single day matters. Yep. Those issues may not be politically exciting, but they have quite a bit to do with what's best for students. So I sincerely hope your enthusiasm sticks around. I hope the next Chromebook discussion is a standing room only. I hope people are lining up at the microphone when we're discussing academic achievement. And I hope we need every one of these chairs when we're deciding to spend limited education dollars. Because there will be plenty of opportunities this school year to show us that what's best for students really is the priority. Most of them just won't come with a lawsuit attached. And when those meetings come, we'll make sure to have the extra chairs ready. So I look forward to seeing this level of engagement at our meetings throughout the school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spence. Mr. Rickard?
Oh, boy. You took the wind out of my sails. Thank you, Vice Chairman Spence. Boy, first of all, I want to welcome all the students, the families, the staff back. Having a wife that works in the school system, I've heard about how stressful yesterday was, but thank you, Superintendent Foltz. Thank you, school board staff, for whatever you all had to do with it. I heard how smooth it went. It was exhausting for the staff from what I heard, but it went smoothly. So kudos to everybody involved. Like I said, welcome to the students, welcome to the staff. Praying for an awesome year. But that being said, before I get into the discussion from tonight, we were all sent an email, I believe we were all sent an email about the milk being used in our schools. I reached out to that person and had that discussion, and I would like, Madam Superintendent, if we could look into that, and maybe Director of Finance, Kaylin Campbell. It turns out we're no longer purchasing local milk, we're purchasing it from out of state. So I'd like to look at that. I don't know if it was a decision by SFE or if that was our decision. Apparently it's already done. If we can reel it back and go to local sourcing, I think that would be our best option. Putting our money back into our community. So that's all I have on that. This evening I heard a lot in public comments, and I made notes and I paid attention. And one of the things I heard was focus on the students. It was a demand of us, focus on the students. And I won't mention the name who said it, I'm sure all of you all can remember. but I find it funny, and I'm gonna back up what Vice Chairwoman Pence said. As I sat here thinking, there's some in this audience that I haven't seen since 2024 when we voted to change the names back. And it's funny because we talk about budget, we talk about education, we talk about academic achievement. But the nights we're in here working on the budget and everything else, textbooks, getting rid of Chromebooks, limiting screen time, it's dead silence. We don't get any involvement. But the minute you bring up school names or anything politically charged, everybody wants to come in. So you all can spare me with focus on the students. I don't want to hear it. I really don't.
That's your job.
We are.
Mr. Chairman, can you please,
Deputy Maul.
if they cannot respect him, then I think they need to be removed.
We are elected officials to run the school. And as a matter of fact, I'm sitting here looking at the Virginia Constitution.
Bye-bye, I'm out of here. You all.
Deputy Maul, can you escort people out that can't follow the rules, I guess?
The Virginia Constitution states school boards decide on the school renaming process and that they have the ultimate authority to change school names. Tonight we were inferred to as being racist and everything else. There was a person that sat in the audience tonight and shook his head as a female was up here saying kids don't decide what schools they go to. That person shaking their head in confirmation homeschools their kids. So how they can sit here and affirm what was being said, I'm like, it's ironic. But to be accused of being a racist, two of the defendants, and now it's all starting to come together because I was asked several times over the lawsuit, how come you were never deposed? And I always threw it back to, because the night we voted to restore the names, all I did was bring receipts, and that's what I'm going to bring tonight. I held up everybody's emails, I held up the phone calls, the text messages, and I said, this is what I've got. We are a constitutional republic, we are elected officials, and we rule based on majority. So regardless of how I personally feel, this is my vote. And I voted to change the names back because that's what the majority wanted. Tonight, as a matter of fact, I was just going through, I've got 3 times the number of people reaching out to me to appeal this decision as those that are against. So once again, it's based on majority. I also was sitting here thinking as people were talking, and I was like, 2 of the defendants, or 2 of the plaintiffs rather in the lawsuit, were people I was close to at one point in my life. One closer than the other. But one of them, God rest his soul, her father, coached alongside me in T-ball. And we coached his daughter. Never once in my life could I be accused of being a racist. One of the other plaintiffs, I coached alongside his father in midget football. Even helped coach his son, spent many times with his son because his son was friends with my son. He was loved, he was adored, he played soccer with my son, he played on the same football team as my son. Now what happened at Stonewall Jackson High School, I can't attest to because I did not have anything to do with that. Strasburg High School is where these 2 students attended the majority of their school. I can attest to that because I knew this family ever since 6, 7, 8 years old. And now they're graduates, they're in college. So I've known them that long. I've been that close to the family. Like I said, the father and I, we coached midget football together. I didn't see racism there. And I know Mike Dorman, who was the principal at Stonewall Jackson High School, is a very upstanding man and would never put up with any racism. I'd like to read just a paragraph of what Dr. Johnston, the superintendent at the time, he put this out to all Shenandoah County residents. He said, I will also share up front that I have received inquiries about changing the name of Stonewall Jackson High School. It is not the name of a school that matters as much as the culture of that school, and that those students who attend the school are free from bias and discrimination. Our school board policies specifically address that we do not tolerate discrimination based on race, ethnicity, gender, etc. Stonewall Jackson High School is a warm and welcoming school because the students, teachers, administrators, and parents have made it so. It has the highest rate of dual enrollment course completion in the division. It is diverse, and that diversity is celebrated through formal and informal school events. At this time, I believe that we should be coming together rather than finding things that push us apart. I know of high schools that have racial divisions that have generic names. That being said, I recognize that this is not a decision to be made by a superintendent, but by the school board and the community. That was Dr. Johnston's own words. So right there he recommends, and I'd like to reiterate this part, I believe that we should be coming together rather than finding things that push us apart. So like I said, when it comes to me, I bring the receipts. The majority has said, let's appeal. I gotta go with the majority. I'm an elected official. With that, Chairman, I'm done.
Mike Shabby, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, welcome back to all our students. I want to start by offering a warm and enthusiastic welcome back to school to all of our students. We are excited to kick off a brand new year of learning, growth, and opportunity for every single child in our district. From Ashby Lee to Sandy Hook, our elementary schools are still facing overcrowding problems. So these other more attractive or more polarizing issues should not overlook that. And I, for one, am not. So that is still my number one priority, is to let's do what's better for the kids in those schools. We had a speaker remind us of that tonight, and I appreciate that because all of these other outside things should not oversee or overtake what is very important. I want to also thank our teachers and staff. I took the opportunity to go to a couple of the schools and walk through a few days when they were getting ready for school to come in. I saw teachers with their moms there helping set up their classrooms. I saw moms with their daughters there helping set up their classrooms, and a few not so enthusiastic sons moving materials and the furniture around in the classrooms as well. But the culture's there. It is important what goes on in the buildings. So I also, and thank you to all our staff here, our new staff who are blending in well, even though we all know how much, they're learning quickly how much work they have cut out for them. And I had the opportunity to go to the new teacher orientation breakfast. And that was really, really special to see. The enthusiasm, some of it, the nervousness, but listening to our former superintendent, how she talked to them and gave them that pitch, and knowing that our new superintendent is jumped right in and is leading us further and forward again, was really invigorating to see. Also that night, or that day, something really dawned on me, and the amount of community support we had for our new teachers. The organization Just Because was there with, 80 or 90 bags of stuff with pencils, dry erase markers, all sorts of stuff. I saw piles of Clorox wipes, and if anybody has ever been in an elementary school classroom, they know that you could use those by the caseload. So our community and their support, despite political or other differences, is really what makes our community whole. So I want to see more attention and and highlight on how our community members reach across any aisles or divots or across our overcrowded schools to help all of our students. So for that, everyone, I thank you. So now, the big, the ever-crowding, elephant, that is overshadowing everything else in the room. I'm a Yankee. I was born in Pennsylvania. I grew up in Pennsylvania. I have 3 mixed-race grandkids. My best friend since I was 11 years old is an African American. So, and he calls me often when he sees somebody saying something or calling me racist. And, he says, should I come down? I'll come talk. I was like, no, Jim, I don't need you to do that. Because, I don't see this issue in a matter of race at all. I understand it is upsetting to people in some aspects. And I have to admit, when despite how I pushed to restore the names, I have never once mentioned anything nice about Stonewall Jackson himself. I have mentioned what is important, that is the atmosphere and community in that school. And the morale there is something I've never seen in the 3 or 4 schools I coached in and was parts in Pennsylvania many years ago. So you can call me what you want, it doesn't really bother me. And, and I was really kind of tired. It's like, hey, maybe it is time. We should just try to move on from this. And then I see a newspaper article and online, well written, by the way, of basically what I have now heard from, let's see, and I have 108 points of contact in the last 3 days. 92 mentioned appeal and extortion and blackmail, and the other 16 were saying to accept the judge's decision. But I look at that letter sent to the newspapers before it was received by our lawyer as nothing but a ransom note, okay? And to say, hey, we'll only ask for this if you do what we want now, and what we're being asked to give up is the right to govern as a school board. And I was elected to stand up to things like that, and the majority, in this process does rule, even whether I agree with it or not. And in this case, I absolutely do agree that the process that was used years ago was wrong and was flawed. So I stand by protecting our county, because we may be a small county and a small school board, but we should not be bullied by strong-arm tactics by an organization that is claiming to want to protect the kids. So if they were all about helping the kids, would they be trying to bankrupt our county in the process? I think not. So that's where I stand on that part, and utilizing the legal process. I'm in the middle of other legal processes which come right back to this. So I stood up for this, so people associated with different groups have challenged my ability to run for office, have challenged my ability to vote. Well, I'm not backing down. I'm here, I'm going to do my job, and that is to protect our county. And appeals are there for a reason. It's part of the legal process. It is not in addition to. So everyone probably could have guessed where I stood on this beforehand, but there you are. And closing thoughts, as I always like to go back to something historical, as James Madison famously reminded us, knowledge will forever govern ignorance. And a people who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power which knowledge gives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Street?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I really do appreciate you letting me go last before you, but out of the others.
The last shall be first and the first shall be last.
Yes. And I'll get back to why I said that here later. but I really do appreciate it, and I'll tell you why here in a little bit. Anyway, to begin with, I want to welcome everybody back, the students and everything, for another school year. You know, I have to admit, when I do get, by the way, how did your boss let you off so much? I need to get some of your tips. If I can
I work for myself, so, but it's not,
but anyway, I really enjoy when I get the opportunity to visit schools and see the atmosphere and the great attitudes and everything that goes on in there. So I want to welcome the students back. I want to thank the staff. I want to thank the teachers. Like it was said earlier, I know the hard work they go through, getting their rooms ready, and you know how they decorate them. So I want to thank all the staff members for doing that. And I also want to thank the community, like I said earlier, thank the community for supporting the schools. Just for example, the local church there right beside me in the neighborhood, they did backpacks for kids that maybe in a financial situation that couldn't get a new backpack, but I think I heard they had like 40 backpacks dropped off with not just a backpack, but fully with school supplies in them for school kids. So a big thank you to the community. Also want to thank Mrs. Fultz for stepping in and being the interim superintendent. Thank you for doing that. Looking forward to work with you. I also want to thank the school board. Recently, we've been trying to address other situations and other things we have on the table. Obviously, the big things are with all the schools, all the elementary schools, with the enrollment and pretty much at full capacity and trying to do what's best for the kids. Yes, we're looking at options. And basically the two options on the table, I don't think and I've told the board, it's not an either or. Mrs. Weinking, I know we need an elementary school. How do we make that work? When? It's very complex, but it's not an either or. We need both. That Dr. Shepard, before she left, provided us with studies studies show that a smaller facility is better for elementary kids. So again, we're trying to, do we have a situation where we can do that? At least for pre-K and K that need to get started in a better, to get better off in a foundation. So I want to thank the board for our conversations and looking into those things and working together. I also, along with that, want to thank the board of supervisors for a lot of discussions I've had with them. Their interest, I'm starting to see, and I'm not saying they didn't, but it seems like they kind of stepped up a little bit and shown interest. What can we do? How can we make our education system better? Here again, there might not be answers yet, but I think there is interest there to sit down at the table and look at the options and try to figure out, as Mr. Scheibe once said, what's best for our kids because they depend on us. So I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for trying to come to, willing to talk to us and see what we can work out in the future. Here, back to what I was saying earlier. Thank you for letting me go last, because I want to thank Mrs. Carlinia, I want to thank Mrs. Pence, I want to thank Mr. Rickard, Mr. Scheibe, because there's no need for me to really get into the topic, because they pretty much said it very well what I would say. So so I guess the only thing I can say is ditto. So anyway, I pretty much, if you want to know where Common Street stands, just, go back, replay this thing and what the others said, and that's what Common Street says. They did a great job, so thank you all. Along with that, on that topic, we talk about the laws and everything, and it's kind of interesting that I have seen where, back in 2020, I never can figure out how the bylaws were never followed, and nothing was done about that. We have to introduce a topic, we have to then next month talk about it, and then wait a month for action. Somehow that topic got handled and came up and got handled in 9 days, with July 4th being in there. And I was just, I don't know what happened to the bylaws and the procedures there that we're supposed to be following. As far as the comments I hear about the survey that was put out that everybody tries to knock it down, if you recall, the survey was put out to the public to hear their voice. And, I hear this number that only so much percentage was returned. And so I asked, and the voter registration office, and I'm drawing the blank, her name, I called her up and I said, when we vote every November, do we have to have a certain percentage of votes, or do we have to have a certain percentage of people show up to vote for it to be, legal? And she said, no. It's up to the citizens whether they want to partake and voice their opinion, and the votes is based on the citizens that decide to do that. So, the other percentage that decided not to voice their opinion, it's not our fault. So, anyway, that's the answer to that. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I guess that's all I have to say. Thanks.
All right.
Well, I want to repeat again, I appreciate the civility of our discussion earlier. It got a little testy here a little bit ago, but that's okay, that's passion. And I'd also like to thank the representatives of the Sheriff's Department who were here just in case. Some of my board members mentioned the first day of school, and I had occasion to come here by the school board office because I like to come in a couple of days before the meeting and pick up the agenda, because I'm anal about having cheat notes, and then I also pick up a copy and drop it off with Vice Chairman Pence. So I drove down Water Street to drop off Ms. Pence's copy, and on my way back in here by the townhouse and so forth, parents had gathered and kids had gathered, and mothers were taking pictures and videos and whatnot. And I observed this one mother, she was just out of control, crying, and I just felt the need to stop and offer some comfort. So I walked up to her and introduced myself, and I said, I don't know what's happened here, and I said, I'm really very sorry for what happened, whatever it may be. Is there anything I can do to help you? And this mother said, you see those 5 kids down there getting ready to catch the bus? And I said, well, yes. She says, they're all mine. And thank God they're going back to school today. These are tears of joy. Ms. Fultz, do you recommend that this board convene into another closed session?
I recommend the school board of Shenandoah County convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act to discuss the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offerers and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A29. And for the purposes of discussing and considering several student matters involving the admission, discipline, or the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2. And pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A7, to consult with legal counsel and receive briefings pertaining to the actual litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the school board. And pursuant to Code Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8 for consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice to the school board.
Ms. Pence,
I so move.
is there a second to the motion?
Second.
And thank you, Ms. Cardenio. All in favor of convening a closed session, this is at this time indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed will say no, and the ayes prevail, and we will go into closed session.
Mr. Bowman, another good night.
Very good.
Move to reconvene in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All in favor of reconvening in open session shall say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, and we are in open session. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, one only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member responds, "I so certify" when called, and the chair calls for a roll call vote.
Mr. Shivey,
I so certify.
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlinia,
I so certify.
Ms. Pence,
I so certify.
Mr. Ricker,
I so certify.
Mr. Banks.
I so certify. Went the wrong direction. Fatigue will do that. Ms. Pence?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a motion to make to amend the agenda, please.
Do I make mine?
Oh, you should probably go first.
I do go first, yeah.
Ms. Carlinia,
Mr.
yes.
Chairman, for the purposes of the record, I want to disclose that a relative of mine is associated with a potential contract that was under consideration by the board. Because of that relationship, I elected to disqualify myself from participating in that portion of the matter. I left the closed session during that discussion, did not participate in the discussion or deliberations concerning the potential award of that contract, and will not participate in or vote on any action concerning the award of any contract with that family member.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pence?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the board amend the agenda to add an action item to be taken up immediately to consider taking action regarding an appeal of the recent decision from the United States District Court for the Western District of Virginia in the case Virginia State Conference NAACP et al. Versus County School Board of Shenandoah County, and the retention of counsel to file and prosecute that appeal.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
I hear 2 seconds. Is there any further discussion on the motion? If not, Madam Clerk, there's no discussion. Could I have a roll call vote on it, please?
Mr. Shivey,
Yes.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Pence,
Yes.
Mr. Ricker,
Yes.
Ms. Carlinia,
Yes.
Mr. Banks.
Yes. I record that as 6-0. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Pence?
And additionally, I move that the board authorize the retention of appropriate appellate counsel to represent the County School Board of Shenandoah County in pursuing an appeal in Virginia State Conference NAACP et al. Versus County School Board of Shenandoah County from the final order and judgment entered by the United States District Court for the Western District of Virginia on August 6, 2026. Together with such other adverse rulings or orders in the case as appellate counsel determines appropriate for appellate review, authorize the board attorney to assist in identifying, engaging, and facilitating the retention of such appellate counsel, and authorize the appellate counsel so retained on behalf of the school board to file the notice of appeal, seek an appropriate stay or other relief pending appeal, and take all other necessary and appropriate actions to prosecute the appeal and protect the interests of the school board.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Shivey,
Yes.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Pence,
Yes.
Mr. Ricker,
Yes.
Ms. Carlinia,
Yes.
Mr. Banks.
Yes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Carlinio. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, and we stand adjourned until the work session on the 24th of this month. Madam Clerk, there's a change in time, 5 o'clock. And we should be done before 11:30.
Just like today.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.